The gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A little bit of a stumble there at the start there for Jansen, who did recover, but there was a stumble there. It's Jansen who does go out for the early lead. Burning Beauty's in second. Then it's Count Frost on the outside in third. Eric from Miami will be wide around that first turn when they reach it in fourth. As You Chase Me in some heavy traffic behind horses in fifth. Then 2 lengths to Ice Time, who's to the inside of Tony O, who is at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. And it's Jansen is calling the shots in the front end, has the lead by just about a length over Count Frost. The gray outside second. Burning Beauty, Blue Blinkers third. Eric from Miami. It's As You Chase Me who wants him racing at the top of the stretch. Burning Beauty cuts the corner. Eric from Miami 3 wide. Jansen the white blinkers. And As You Chase Me on the grandstand side. Ice Time 4 lengths off the lead in fifth. 1 furlong to go. Burning Beauty in a game. Jansen. These two nip and tuck. 16th to go. Burning Beauty with a short lead over Jansen. They come down to the winning line. It's Burning Beauty in the opener at Finger Lakes. Jansen second. As You Chase Me third. $7.58 the winning mutual. Exacta $28.16. Trifecta $13.82. And they're off. Quite a few had subpar starts. It's Hamilton's Reason. It goes out for the lead. Savage State now grabs that early lead. Pauper King is up the inside in third. Then it's Beeves Blessing splitting rivals. 3 lengths Chioki in fifth. Then 5 lengths to Minister of Magic, who's 3 lengths in front of Busy, who's about a length and a half in front of Taquito Jones in second last. And one way at the back here, 7 minutes. Might be 30 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. It's Savage State who opens up by 3 lengths. Hamilton's Reason is asked to go after the leader in second. Beeves Blessing is towards the inside in third. 3.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to Chioki deep on the course in fourth. Pauper King's towards the inside fifth. Then 10 lengths back to Minister of Magic and Busy as they turn into the stretch. Savage State comes off the turn, leading by 7 lengths. Hamilton's Reason is in second. Chioki on the center of the course in third. And then it's Beeves Blessing and Pauper King. 16th of a mile left to travel. It's all Savage State. Savage State strides away by about 9 or 10 lengths to the end. Chioki second. Hamilton's Reason third. Busy fourth. Tuscany Bloodstock and SF Bloodstock. Bred Savage State. $4.66 the winning mutual. Double $25 all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. It's Golden Rain setting out for the lead. 30 Oysters pokes the head in front. Coach Bahi is 3 wide. Raw Courage in about the 4 path. The top 4 within about a length of each other as Golden Rain now backs off the tri-leaders. Dates Freedom saving ground towards the inside in fifth. And then it is Fiery Heart who's 3 wide. Anointed Spirit in between horses. And Henry III is at the back of the pack as they transition to the backstretch. It's 30 Oysters with 6 furlongs to go. Has the lead by a length over Coach Bahi in pursuit second. Raw Courage outside of him in third as it's Golden Rain who's ridden along the key position in fourth, now up into third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Dates Freedom mid-pack in fifth to the inside of Fiery Heart. Then 2 more lengths to Anointed Spirit in second last, and a space of 4 to Henry III, who trails the field. A half and 48 and a fifth. Legit pace on the front end being set by 30 Oysters. 30 Oysters leads by almost 3 over Coach Bahi, who rates outside in second. Golden Rain towards the inside third. Raw Courage in fourth. Dates Freedom towards the inside in fifth. Anointed Spirit picks up a spot in sixth to the outside of Fiery Heart. And Henry III trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's 30 Oysters taken on by Coach Bahi. Golden Rain, White Blinkers in third. Raw Courage goes wide in fourth as they got 3/16 to go. And it's Coach Bahi who's on even terms with 30 Oysters. And these two are nip and tuck. Golden Rain towards the inside third, still 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's Dates Freedom in fourth. 16th to go. A struggle between 30 Oysters and Coach Bahi. Coach Bahi inching away ever so slightly late. Coach Bahi victorious over 30 Oysters. I know it's 4th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 8 Maturation and the 9 Almez. Put Emmanuel De Diego on number 3 In All Honesty. They're on the gate and they're off. It's a decent start by Mink Standard, Sunday's Currency. These two peel out for the front, joined by the Last Delivery. The Last Delivery gets the early lead. Mr. Baldy stacked on the outside in fourth, now up into third, 3.5 off the lead. Fifth place belongs to the gray. Mission at the Glen, who's 2 lengths in front of Broken Record, is off the inside. A margin of about 7 lengths to, in all honesty, is a length and a half in front of KC Kelsey, is at the back of the pack. The Last Delivery leads this group into the turn. The lead's a length. Sunday's Currency in chase mode second, then a space of about 3 lengths. By Mink Standards picks up a spot in third, passing Mr. Baldy fourth. Then about 12 lengths back to Mission at the Glen, who's 2 lengths in front of Broken Record, and the others have some running to do as they arrive at the top of the stretch. The Last Delivery is the first of faces, coming off the turn by a half length. Sunday's Currency re-engages on the outside in second. By Mink Standards in third, 5 lengths off the lead. Then in fourth, Mr. Baldy. They run to the 16th pole. It's Sunday's Currency and the Last Delivery who clash for the top spot. The Last Delivery and Sunday's Currency. Sunday's Currency wins over the Last Delivery. Then it was By Mink Standards and Mr. $15.05. Super $16.99. Pick 3 $46.05. Fifth race from Finger Lakes put Emmanuel De Diego on number 7. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Decent start. Queen's Cat set to the offensive at once from an outside post, going off for the lead. One being pulled up a bit here at the back is Last Glory. And Last Glory is basically losing all chance in this race. It's Queen's Cat with the lead. Play Good, Pay Good outside second. Fields of Green tracks in third. A half length back to She's Grand. Pink Blinkers fourth. She's a Wild Joker gets off the inside in fifth. And 3.5 lengths also out of the race is Book of Wisdom, who did lose the jockey, and it's out of the race. Unicorn Cake of the horse is still in the race in second last, and Spiritual Lady trails the field. Queen's Cat has the lead by 4. Play Good, Pay Good, nudged to punt in second. Fields of Green ridden along to keep position in third. She's Grand deep on the course in fourth. And then in fifth, that is Unicorn Cake, followed up by She's a Wild Joker as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Queen's Cat isolated on the front end has a lead by 10 lengths. The battle for the balance. Play Good, Pay Good to the outside of Fields of Green. Then it's She's a Wild Joker making a belated rally with Spiritual Lady, but a no doubt about it winner here. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat crushes the competition. Play Good, Pay Good second. Fields of Green third, close for fourth. Spiritual goes in this time. And they're off. Felix's Flower setting out for the lead. Princess Azara accompanies that one on the outside in second. Then a couple lengths back to Fairweather Lover and Gabe the Babe deep on the course third and fourth. A length and a half back to Life is But a Dream in fifth. Photo ID in sixth. A length and a half to Animus cashing in seventh. To the outside of Flying Phoebe in eighth. And a space of 6 lengths to the trailer. Hip Hop Dancer who trails the field. Felix's Flower on top by a half length. Princess Azara applying the heat on the outside. And these two are on even terms with less than 3 furlongs to go. Life is But a Dream scoots through towards the inside. Needs somewhere to run. Had to tap on the brakes to the jockey as Gabe the Babe is outside of her and gets first run on the leaders as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Princess Azara, Gabe the Babe, Life is But a Dream needs racing room. Where is she going to go? Inside or outside? It's going to be outside there for Life is But a Dream. 1 furlong to go. Princess Azara on top by a length and a half. Life is But a Dream rallies on the outside, and Life is But a Dream overhauls Princess Azara just inside the 16th pole. Life is But a Dream, your winner. Princess Azara second. Fairweather Lover third. Fourth, Photo ID. $6.95. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, put Andre Worry on number 6, Cyber Beast. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post on the gate. And they're off in tight at the start, Ragazzo Doro. Big Brown delivers, and Cyber Beast. These two accelerate out for the front end. Moonlight Star makes it a line of 3 early on, and Molo deep on the course in 4th. Solo Flight tucked in along the inside in 5th. Then in 6th place, Yohida Moneymaker, who's about 4 lengths in front of Arc Royal, who's in second last, and Ragazzo Doro is at the back of the pack. Big Brown delivers on top. The lead's about 2.5 lengths over Moonlight Star, who stalks in second. Cyber Beast backs off the pace in third, and Molo outside in fourth. Solo Flight, the range shaking at him in fifth, now losing fifth to Yohida Moneymaker and Ragazzo Doro. They're fifth and sixth. Solo Flight second last. And 2 lengths to Arc Royal, who brings up the rear. As they run to the half-mile pole, Big Brown delivers on top by 2. Cyber Beast picks up a spot in second. Moonlight Star outside in third. Yohida Moneymaker draws closer, fourth, 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Ragazzo Doro. From the back, Arc Royal. Arc Royal has passed and Molo, and Solo Flight trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Big Brown delivers. Cyber Beast. Cyber Beast takes over. Yohida Moneymaker now up in the second. Big Brown delivers. Backpedals in third. Then it's Moonlight Star. And then it's Ragazzo Doro in the fifth spot, followed up by Arc Royal as they reach the top of the home stretch. Cyber Beast drifting out wide. Yohida Moneymaker, though, passes that one on the outside. And Yohida Moneymaker's in charge with 1 furlong to go. Cyber Beast is in second. Arc Royal with a belated rally outside in third. 16th to go. Yohida Moneymaker has the lead. Arc Royal's going to make it close on the outside. Yohida Moneymaker holds by a half over Arc Royal. A fast closing second. Cyber Beast third. Number 7, I'm Kidding. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time in 17 minutes at 4:43 p.m. They're all on the gates. And they're off. Decent start. It's Julita, Queens over threes, and Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten, Queens over threes, dueling for the top spot. Julita and I'm Kidding, third and fourth. Signifying nothing towards the inside. Fifth, 3 lengths back to Bella Voce, who is deep on the course. Happy Smiles towards the inside in seventh. Unwokes in eighth, and 3 lengths to Backwater, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 21 and 4/5. They're on the turn. 3 furlongs to go. Queens over threes has the lead. Bald Kitten is in second. It's I'm Kidding, Orange Silks outside third. Julita in the green blinkers in fourth. 3 lengths back to Happy Smile, who draws closer. Happy Smile was near the back part of the field a couple furlongs to go. Goes about 6 wide into the stretch, but is in the clear as they got 3/16 to go. Bald Kitten nearest the inside. Queens over threes is in second. Julita third, and Happy Smiles on the outside in fourth as they run down to the 16th pole. Bald Kitten, Queens over threes. Happy Smile on the extreme outside. Happy Smile surging late for the win. Bald Kitten second, close for third. Queens over threes or Julita. For the ninth and final in about 17 minutes at 5:14 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off, looking super with a bad hop at the start. It's 5 Aces who is rushing out for the early lead and gets a crossover to the rail. Ironman Iris on the outside in second. Post Facto is in third. Utamaro towards the inside in fourth. And then it's Ring Good, 3 wide in fifth. Looking super after that bad start is in sixth. And in seventh, Cascade Cruiser. And then a gap of about 6 lengths to Reckless Place in second last. 4 lengths back to Cascade Cruiser, who's about 9 lengths in front of Reckless Place, and 3 lengths to Viking Warrior, who's at the back of the pack, about 18 to 20 lengths off the lead. The opening half and 48 and a fifth, 3 furlongs from the winning line. 5 Aces has a lead. Utamaro sneaks on through towards the inside, is up into second. Cascade Cruiser's on the move. Cascade Cruiser, fifth, fourth, third, now second. White Silks, White Blinkers on the outside. What you can still see of it from the mud as they reach the top of the stretch. 5 Aces, the first to face us, but Cascade Cruiser looms ever large on the outside, and Cascade Cruiser breezing on by 5 Aces. Utamaro's on the outside third with a chance to run into the Exacta, and then it's Looking Super and Post Facto in deep stretch. It's Cascade Cruiser drawing clear late to win this race nicely. Utamaro second, 5 Aces third, Viking Warrior fourth. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes listed as good. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, as you can already see, got a scratch of the 1, Norgay. Number 1, Norgay is a scratch from the first race. Jockey change on number 3, Hair on Fire, to Oscar Gomez. Oscar Gomez on number 1, Hair on Fire. Race number 2. No changes. No changes in race number 2. Race number 3. Got a jockey change on number 2, A Knight's Courage, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 2, A Knight's Courage. Late work for number 4, Peeling Out. Workout at Finger Lakes, October 17th. 3 furlongs fast surface, 39.20, breezing from the gates. Fourth race. No changes. No changes in race number 4. Race number 5, do have a couple of scratches. Scratch number 7, Beach Boy Al, and number 8, Son of Darkness. Beach Boy Al, Son of Darkness, 7 and 8, scratch from the 5th. Race number 6. Scratch number 9, Tumbles. Number 9, Tumbles, a scratch from the 6th, and a couple of overweights. Number 1, Tasty Wave. The rider is scant 1 pound over. Number 3, Camus, 3 pounds over. 7th race. Scratch number 1, Digital Currency. Number 1, Digital Currency is a scratch from the 7th race, and a jockey change of number 4, Tam Bam, to JM Rohina. JM Rohina on number 4, Tam Bam, in race 7. Race number 8. Got a jockey change on number 5, Montauk Memoirs, to Oscar Gomez. Oscar Gomez on number 5, Montauk Memoirs. 9th and final. No changes. No changes in the 9th and final. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Handicapping with Dave and Jackie will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with Jackie Davis. Got some live thoroughbred action today. Excited?
Yes, super excited.
Okay.
That's right.
So we got to kind of keep an eye on the track. Yesterday, we got all that rain.
Mm-hmm.
It was sloppy. You had to look at the breeding and how these horses performed on the off track because it really did. It was a factor. Some of the horses loved them. Some of them that don't like off tracks didn't like the off track. It's just worked out that way. We did have 3 2-year-old races yesterday.
Yes, they were all very exciting.
I guess the impressive one was the M. Anthony Ferraro Firster. God, you talk about a horse, you don't see young horses overcome trouble like that and still draw away and win. Was it Life is But a Dream or something like that? Was that Roll Your Boat or something?
I can't remember the name, but I remember watching the race, and that horse overcame a lot.
Yeah.
It was very impressive.
Very impressive.
When you talk about giving him a lesson, that's a
that
was a big lesson.
That horse won't have any issues overcoming anything in the future.
No.
I mean, I don't know how good a field she beat, but it was so impressive the way
she didn't get in gear till the 16th pole.
Yeah,
basically, it was wild.
Yeah, that was probably the most memorable. I mean, Queen's Cat was probably the other memorable race of the day because Queen's Cat just dominated, something like 110 or something. I mean, she loves an off track. She was the best horse. She got the lead and just showed her stuff.
Yep.
So she was.
Her sister was like that. They loved the sealed track.
And you rode that one.
Yeah,
right?
I rode a bunch of races. Won a few on her.
Man, she might be as good as her sister.
It's looking that way.
Definitely. So Worry had 2 wins. The other 2-year-old winners were Sunday Currency. Arcadio Lopez got the victory with that one. And then was
Jackie Falquin.
Savage
Right.
Savage State, was that the name of Jackie's horse?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. So Jackie Falk also won. So it's good to see a couple of smaller stables with the 2-year-olds win as well. The other 2 races were won by small stables, Jackie and Arcadia Lopez.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them.
Glad to see them both doing good. Great people, great barns.
And they're good with young horses,
Yes.
obviously. Yeah, Jackie's always been good with the young ones. Last year she had the stakes win. It was of course, into mischief on the dam side, as well. Remember, Cast a Coin.
Yes, and he's doing good right now as well.
He's doing good as a 3-year-old. But, yeah, she's good with the young horses. All right, we look at today's card. We studied it. We may not be right.
We tried hard.
But the thing is, it was kind of a question mark whether he should handicap for an off track or not, because it is a drying out racetrack. We had all the wind yesterday.
Yeah, that wind is going to play a real big factor.
Hopefully,
on how dry it is today.
Yeah, hopefully it's dying out now. But they opened up the racetrack a little while ago, so it should be drying out. So I'm thinking that we could get to fast at some point
We'll
today.
still have some moisture in the track.
Oh,
definitely. I don't think it'll be nearly as bad as yesterday.
Hope not, unless we got more rain. We got labeled good as you see on your TV screen right now, but maybe we could get to fast. Probably a factor as far as off track in the early going, but I would kind of keep an eye more how it's playing with the moisture in the track than anything. Okay, let's look at the first. We'll go over this one. This is an interesting one. There's a few races today. Now, this 5,000 is kind of more like a 4,000. I kind of looked at it. It didn't come up that strong overall. And, Hair on Fire coming out of a lifetime, 3 lifetime won. I think that was Paul Barrow's 1,000th win, by the way, that he won with that horse. Flores going to take a day off here. I call it a vacation. I'm sure you've had a few vacations.
I've had a lot of those.
Just doing a couple days. I thought Hair on Fire would be tough in here just because I didn't think this race was that much tougher. Maybe even easier than the 3 lifetime he won. He does come off a break. He hasn't had much activity. He ran in July, then only had the 1 race in September. That's a little concerning. But I thought the race he ran is probably good enough to come back and win this one, just because I'm looking at horses that were 2nd and 3rd. The Delaware Boys and 4 Eyes would be tough in this spot. That's kind of how I looked at it. And then I used Cal's Dream. Goes back to Worry. I thought Jose was a little more aggressive than Andre was. And today, with production credit in the race, think Callie's Dream from the outside could do more of a stalking trip. That's kind of how I saw
That's
it.
why I put Kelly's Dream on top for that reason. The outside, Andre knows him. The horse can sit. You do have production credit, who is going to be our main speed, and I do think Smile Takes Charge would be aggressive with him, because this horse has the last time he win was wire to wire, and I think Raylu's going to try to be aggressive with him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Production Credit is easily the fastest horse in the race, and it's only 5.5. And for that reason, he's dangerous if this track's favoring speed.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. Yeah. I threw the Don Antonio in there, the Marissa Marissette in there. I threw the last race out. They went 2 turns. It looks like he didn't really quite enjoy that distance. And the last couple times he ran the 5.5, he finished 4th. So I placed him 4th, and they did finish up pretty fast the last few times he ran this distance. So I think he could be a little bit of a threat.
Yeah, it looks
for
like
your super.
It looks like they took a shot sending him long. Cause
yeah, sometimes. Maybe the race wasn't going. They weren't quite sure what to do with him.
But you should do that. I mean, you got a horse, and there's some question marks whether there's breeding in there for long or not. At least you try him long once. At least you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait till your 40th start to say, "Hey, let's try him long today."
When they're running absolutely horrendous.
Yeah. So I think you can throw out the last race for Don Antonio. Could be a good long shot in there. Pretty evenly matched race.
It was.
So we got different top choices.
Yeah, I like that.
You like that? Yeah. Maybe box it too. I noticed the other day, when you took, I'm not saying yesterday, I think it was maybe Wednesday, if you boxed our top choices, you did well all day.
You did.
I
got a lot of comments about that.
Okay.
I don't remember which
I don't know if anybody's actually doing it, but maybe it's a way to go.
My Twitter guys have been on top of me pretty good on our picks. I've been posting both our picks, and they like it. Yeah, I'm having a great time with them.
I don't even go on those sites, social media, because if somebody makes a negative comment, but I'll look for this guy. I got thicker skin when it comes to these.
I have a problem. I like to interact with the guys that are disgruntled.
I'd be disgruntled too and get involved.
Some of the things, it's pretty mean, but it makes me laugh. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been on the like I said, I'm on the side of racing where we're really scrutinized with any little thing that we do. So some things you're like, you just.
I don't know how you handle. I don't know how you handle that. I really don't. I mean, it's like. Yeah, it's like tough. The NFL. I see the they put up the memes for the NFL sites.
God, I want to be a meme so bad.
but I mean, I'm just saying the people's comments, and they're so off base. They're like, "Oh, Tom Brady is awful. He just won the 7th Super Bowl." It's like Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl. He's like, it doesn't matter what you do. You can play a perfect game.
You can't make everybody happy. Somebody's going to find some little thing to scrutinize. I've been fired for winning races before, so it's just one of those things.
They didn't like the way you rode them.
Yeah, I've won races and they've taken me off. Just try my best to ride better, I guess.
It's the world we're in.
It's just the way it is.
Okay, let's look at the second race. It goes a mile. Mm-hmm. I thought the speed might come from the outside. Okay. I mean, I gotta make sure I say this one right. Otto Napodi.
Sounds perfect.
Sounds right?
Sounds great, yeah.
Okay. As long as if you say it's gotta be. I think the stretch out's gonna help this horse. It came off a little bit of a layoff last time, but that was a big drop. I don't think that was the purpose of claiming the horse for 20,000 to run the horse here for 11. But I think going 5.5 furlongs, maybe not his best distance. He still ran okay. Actually got the lead in there, and now you go into Ferraro's hands and Coa's aboard, and I think they're gonna put the horse on the lead. I don't know. I mean, Salty Ryan will probably have speed from the inside, and Wisecracker, has speed. So it could be tricky to see what this pace scenario is going to be, but I think this horse wants to go long. It's a Bernardini, Medaglia d'Oro on the dam side, so I think they're in the right spot here, trying to go long. And I thought the horse ran pretty well first over the track, going short. We'll see. Again, I don't think their intention when they claimed it for 20 was to run it here for 11, so that's not the most positive sign.
So, I found out real quick. I used the horse. I'm not quite sure what he's gonna do because like you said, Wisecracker, that they're going to be aggressive. They're going to go to the lead. Salty Ryan, in my opinion, it looks like he should be able to rate from the inside. Maybe he could sit a pocket trip.
Maybe.
Depending on what they're probably looking at it the same way we're looking at it. Take it from the break. I put Holloway on top. This horse is just knocking at the door, getting checks, and we got a few drop downs in here. So, but I think it's a good spot for him coming from the maiden special weight.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the Paradise Farms, the owner of that horse. I think they brought this horse here with their stakes winner, because
Which one's that?
the horse that won the stakes race that day
I remember. Yeah, you're right.
was the
You're
same.
absolutely right.
Was the Connections. Now they say they left. Here, Mike, take this horse.
You can keep him.
Yeah, you can keep it. Trade it. Well, no, it's still the same owner, but
I know.
yeah, we'll run it here. Finger Lakes. Try it.
Well, it looks like it fits him here.
Yeah.
This is a great. He loves it. He looks like he really took to the track. There's no reason to take him out of here if he's running good.
Yeah. Well, he's in the right spot.
Yeah.
I think they realized they found the right spot because he didn't win. Maybe they were expecting him to win. I don't know.
And then you have like I noticed the last time Feline Treasure ran long. He ran fourth. It wasn't a great fourth, but he hit the board maiden special weight, and it looks like he's jumping up. But he has run well at this condition before, so he might be a little sneaky one to look at.
I can see that.
And the rest of them I kind of have. The rest of them are drop downs. They run evenly. So an even runner, if you do a little drop, it definitely helps them to move forward at least 4 or 5 lengths.
Yeah, you got a few of them actually dropping in this race. I mean, Salty Ryan's coming to special weight, Holloway, Salamini's Legacy. The only horses that are really staying at the level now that Otto Napodi ran there, Cata de Major, man, they're really killing me with these names. Feline Treasure stepping up, but again, you don't know how tough this race is. And you got a lot of horses coming out of sprints, stretching out, so the pace scenario is going to be questionable because of these horses coming out of sprints, whether they're going to be aggressive. That's why I thought Salty Ryan coming out of the sprint, because he's got the rail, might be the one that tries to hold the rail.
Yeah.
We'll see. Tricky race. I
If
thought
we got
overall
a
it was
few
a
of them
tricky
today,
race.
I thought so.
Third race, the 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. And, yeah, we're right on the same page on this one. Twinsies.
I had a hard time with this race, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I think I'm probably seeing it the right way, or the same way you do, that Real Leaves should win, and the question is, does he want to win? He's
supposed to win. That's what we're saying.
He is hanging a little bit. I think that's the concern. He's been a beaten favorite the last 2, and those are usually the kind that you want to play against. But I think, other than the drop down awaiting trial, it's a field he's supposed to beat.
Yes.
The other question is going to be a waiting trial because he's the other drop down in here. But the numbers wise, Real Leave has the advantage over that horse. It's just a matter of breaking through and getting the wire first. See if Andre, who had a couple of wins yesterday, I mean, he did already run for 5, and I don't want to call it a step up. I don't think that race was any tougher that he comes out of, the 11 and 9. But he was running against maiden special weights before dropping to 5. I think at this point they put him up to 11. It doesn't matter if they run him for 11 and 9 or 5. He's running the same. He's running second. Maybe today's the day from the rail that he breaks through.
Well, like we noticed, the last race was 11,000, and we had a bunch of horses that we had some running for 5, some dropping, and they're all horses that look like everybody's. It's the end of the meet. Everyone's trying to run, so I think you're going to get a lot of horses running from 11 to 5, 5 to 11. Sometimes even jumping up to the other then, everybody's just shooting their shots.
Yeah, I agree. And
I had a lot of question marks in this race, though. I wasn't quite sure. Real Elv is supposed to be on the lead. That's what it looks like. But then you have other horses like Knight's Courage, who could usually sits right off it, but they're going. You're going to be going 47.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is, and maybe that's what the horse needs. Maybe the horse doesn't want to pass late. Maybe you get a slow enough field that you could get the lead from the rail.
And go easy. That's what I'm hoping for in this case.
I mean, going to be possible. I thought might be the other one that's got good early speed.
I know.
But they've been sending that horse, and it's not like the horse. It's not like he's that fast. Is the point? But he might be aggressive enough to kind of try to press if Real Leave, who isn't that fast either, but maybe changes the running style a little bit here, as Jackie said, and it's a good point, is to
This is the kind
put
of
the horse
horse
on the lead.
This gonna be possible horse is the kind of horse that I would switch it up because it looks like they're sending and you're on the outside. I would send him out a little bit and then give him that nice little breather, which you can. It is possible to do that at 5.5 because if you're not going fast, there's no reason to press him if you're right on top of him.
But they're sending to keep up with a 23, and it's a send and fade type thing with this horse. So.
And then awaiting trials showing that he should be sitting right there.
Yeah. He's probably the most likely one to beat Real Relieve because he's going to be in perfect position. He is kind of I don't like to call it drop anymore because the 11 and 9 isn't that much tougher than the 5 anymore.
That's what I was getting at before, trying to say it in a nice way.
Okay. Did I not say that in a nice way?
No, you said it great. You're allowed to say it that way. I'm not.
Oh, you are as well. Just you can call horses slow if the horses are slow.
I do. They're slow.
That's what we're doing here is trying to separate races.
And then you have a horse like peeling out. Like the horse, he ran a beautiful race first time out over, it says a good track, which is what our condition is right now. And then he ran second time out in a sloppy track. It looks like he absolutely hated it and didn't know what to do. And the greenness came out. So you might even be able to throw that last race out if you want. But it's kind of hard to throw out, to be honest. It wasn't great.
And your point is, he's staying at 5.
Yep.
And the race that he ran first out is probably as good as anybody in here.
To win this race,
And a lot of them are, again, there's a few of them that are dropping in class. So it's almost like you look at that race like an 11 and 9 because a few of them ran for 11 and 9, which is this race, 11 and 9. But this is the never won 4 or non-winners of a race since a date. I think it's 6 months or 3-year-olds. And the race came up tough. And I'm seeing that lately with with opposite of the maidens, these particular conditions where they're adding the 4 lifetime, they're adding the one since the date, and you're getting these drop downs from 2 state bred to 3 state bred allowance drop downs. I think the one I just looked at for next week, there was a race for 11 and 9, really, really tough. You got horses that were stakes caliber, and we're gonna look at this. Let's see, we got the same. We're a little bit different. We're a little bit different, but I see a lot of pace in here, and I think we both were talking about that earlier. One of the things that I was looking at is this trainer, Beth Miller-Saul's got 2 speed horses in here. I would actually like American Justice to win this race if the stablemate wasn't in the race. I mean, it's one of those things where it might be compromised by the presence of the stablemate. Because that one's got speed. Of course, you got Spectro anyway. That's going to affect.
That's not the only speed in there.
Right.
And Co-Conspirator.
But I like America's, especially if the track was going to be wet. You got this American Pharaoh that's tough on the lead. But I think you're right. Spectro kind of changes it too, because that one's got speed. It does seem to set up for our man Mike, who's taken a significant drop here, and I think Majestic Frontier could sit and pounce too. I want to forgive the last race for Majestic Frontier. He got stuck wide, and the wide trip really caught up with him going the mile. May not have liked the track too, and that was my concern though with Majestic Frontier, where we're at in race number 4 with the moisture in the track, because I'm not so sure this horse likes the off track. So that was kind of how I saw it.
I put the Beta on top.
You like that one too?
I do. I like that one. I like that he has win wire to wire, and he's run some pretty great races closing from mid pack. And then the last race he ran was on the synthetic, and he closed a lot. He was a lot farther back and made up the ground. But I like that he sits off the pace and he can make one nice run at them, especially with all the speed in here. I see. And then, like you said, American Justice, the same reason. And we picked all the same horses, so I really don't have a whole lot new to say.
Well, no, yeah, we did pick them. We just got different. I just noticed they were different order.
I really like, and I don't want to throw Spectra out of that because he's very competitive on the lead. And like he's thrown some, the start before he win by a head in the slop. So if we have a little bit of moisture in there, he might take to it still. And they went much faster, so he's capable of being up there forwardly placed.
Yeah, if the Beth Miller-Saul pair aren't in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
you like this horse on top despite stepping up. I mean, this barn is on fire. I'm talking about the Charlie Baker barn.
Absolutely.
They're shooting at about 50% over the last month, and I kept saying that, but they keep winning. I mean, if the horses looks like a player in the race, competitive, knocking. A lot of these were knocking at the door, though. I mean, a lot of them were in conditions earlier in the year. They kept getting second and third, third. They're breaking through in a big way, and it just seems that way lately. And Spetro's sharp right now, but it'd be interesting to see. It looks like he's got one way of going though, and there's other speed in the race. So I thought he might be compromised by that. But you're right, he plays. He plays, especially if things go his way.
I did have a little tough time with this one, who I wanted to put in order, because you could make a case for almost every horse in this race.
Yeah, Big Rich has some good races. Co-conspirator, seems like that horse runs every week.
Top Officer's been very, very he's been very competitive.
And he's going to get a pace to run at.
Exactly,
Yeah, good race for the fourth. Everybody's got the same numbers, just
different.
Just
I wasn't sure which order I wanted to put them in. So I had to play it in my brain a lot. Yeah.
All right, scratch the. I like Beach Boy Al in here, so we scratched the 7, Beach Boy Al, and a big scratch. And we were talking about this. It's a big scratch of the 8, Son of Darkness. Why do I say that? Because he was the speed of the race. Now you got a race just absolutely lacking in any early speed, and we talked about Smooth Tails might be the speed. 42 Ace would be the speed, except for he's way out. He's outside of Smooth Tails. But I don't see, either way, I don't see them going that fast.
No.
But a lot of these $4,000 races, it just seems that way. You get some really, although 47 and change might be average for the 4,000s. So I guess the big question is Dorothy's Happiness. And I think you did it right. I mean, I think the horse either wins or doesn't hit the board. I think.
Yeah, you went one way, I went the other way.
And I think that's true. I mean,
she loves pace. She wants something to run at, and I don't think they're going to go as fast as she's expecting, or like we would like for her.
Yeah.
I threw in ribbon and medal for the to take the whole thing, because he's one run. He even the last start he made up insane ground. He was 10th coming into the stretch, 10 lengths out of it, and then made up ground to finish 4th. He might not. He might. It looked like it had a little bit of moisture in the track too, and
it was sealed, right?
Yes, it was sealed that day, and he should be able to sit right in front, right behind the front runners, right there to make a first jump at everybody. And I love Smooth Tails, obviously.
Yeah, you rode the horse.
I rode him, and I think he's going to be sitting much forward, and he got another rider change back to Diego, and Diego's finished a few thirds on him. Obviously, Andre hasn't done anything wrong on him, but he's got a fresh rider again, and a great post position for him. And then Barfly hasn't been off the board the last two starts.
Yeah, it's one of those races, and I could use ribbons and medals in the top. You make a good point. He's kind of an underneath horse, so it's usually. But at 4,000, some of these underneath horses break through and they win because they're just better. So I can see that. It's a good long shot. And
with the speed out of there, it changes the dynamic of the entire race. Yeah. And then you have like I said, I have my heart for bench walk. I always said we win all the races going long on him.
Yeah.
But I always thought he was. I really liked riding him going 6 furlongs. I don't know.
Did he have a little more punch when he sit and punch?
Yeah, it was more of a going 2 turns. He'd like to drag you around the first turn,
right.
And going the 1 turn, he would sit and rate, and then he'd make 1 run when he was ready. And I always liked that, because I always felt like I wasn't taking anything from him. But he hasn't run in a while either, and he hasn't been showing a whole lot.
Yeah, but I mean, after you get past, they say Dorothy's Happiness is really the tricky one. I mean, he's dropping to 4, not the most positive. This is a horse that won the first 2 races of his career, and he looked like he was going to be a stakes horse.
Well, you're going to go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, he's fell on hard times.
Well, I think they're also looking to be leading trainer in the standings.
well, I don't know.
You're going to see a lot of dropping.
Well, I think a lot of drop for everybody.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get those wins out there, and they want to make it easy for their horses at the end of the meet. And you're expecting most 90% of the backside gives the winter off, so you're able to do that and get away with it, in my opinion.
But I mean, the concern here is he is a sit back and make a run type horse,
Yes.
and there isn't much speed
Yeah,
in the
I get it.
race. And you watched that in the last race, and I think that caught up to him his last race because it wasn't like he got beat that badly, and he was
No.
making a move on the outside, he just kind of flattened out, and he didn't pick him up. It looked like he was going to pick him up and win the race, but yeah, it says broke slow. He was a little sluggish at the start. It was more of he just didn't pick him up. He's just not the same horse he was early in his career, but he might still be good enough to beat these horses, slow pace or not. But if they do 48, I don't know.
I don't think they'll go 48. I think they'll go.
Like I said,
But in this kind of race that you have, there's so many times when I've ridden races like this, when the speed's scratched, everyone else thinks they can get the lead, so every trainer's telling you to send.
yeah.
So then you get that happens half the time as well.
Well, I mean, 42 Ace is probably the fastest
Yes.
from the gate.
Absolutely.
He's out, but he's so far outside the smooth tails if he's aggressive.
Oh yeah, he could get up
Now,
there right.
now what you have happen is maybe the two of them go out there and you end up getting a 46 and 4.
That's when you get a ribbons and medals to pick them off at the
And
end.
I tell you what, in this race, anything faster than a 47
They won't.
is going to be fast.
Yes. Yes. I'm hoping 47 and 3 they're gonna go.
But yeah, 42 Ace, if he gets clear, he's dangerous to go all
Yes.
the way too.
Absolutely.
I scratched the 9 tumbles. It's an 11-9 claimer, non-winners of race since a date, or never won 4 races. Here's another race. This is the opposite of race number 5. You have the race with not much speed all the way on the outside of the last race, but now you got a race with Camus, with Bad Connection, who were one way of going, 2 speedballs, that you're expecting a pretty quick pace for the 5.5. I'm hoping Open Soul Autism could be patient, and I know Andre will be. Probably sits 3rd or 4th behind those two, not getting too far back, depending on how fast. I mean, if they're out there 45 and 4 or something ridiculous.
They're gonna rip.
Well, I mean, if there are, Open Soul Autism might find herself in a different position that she's not used to, having to make up 3 or 4 lengths.
I think open soul autism is it. I don't think she necessarily needs a lead. I think it's more of having a clear trip, like not much dirt in the face. But the problem is you have the horse right outside him has got major speed, Laughter, but Laughter can also be rated
I don't
as well.
I don't even think she's going to try for the lead.
They're both in a great position to sit outside and make one nice run at them.
Yeah, and I think that happened to Laughter last time. I don't think she really wants a lead. I think she gets lonely out there. Have you been on horses like that? They get a little bit lonely.
I've won on Laughter, so I know her.
Is she like that? Then you would know.
She's on. She doesn't want to be rushed.
Okay.
That's what it is. I was
gonna say I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it.
She's the kind. Those are the kind of horses that, like a lot of mares, if you try to send them before they're ready, they get spiteful.
Okay.
And they don't finish up on purpose just to be like, like when you make your wife mad.
Well, I was going to say something about
a
female, but I got to be careful because some of the females watching might get offended, or I wasn't. I just didn't want to offend anybody. But
yeah, no.
I don't want to get backhanded either.
And you have I put the Poseidon's Miss in there because she closed so hard last time, her first race over this track.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that's the thing. Do you be paid? Because Camus and Bad Connection, unless one of them gets off a step slow or one of them tries to do something different, you get these races where other horses start to chase. You get two, even though there's only 2 speeds in the race, sometimes the complexion of the race is decided by the second tier horses. If they're chasing those 2 in the front or not, or they're relaxed and just let those 2 battle out and be dumb or whatever they want to do. Or sometimes they end up slowing it down for the half, and then that's where the complexion of the race comes into play.
And then they're gonna be aggressive with Bad Connection as well. And Tasty Wave is a horse that likes when she gets a clear lead. Mm-hmm. She can go wire to wire, but she is not. I don't know if she's going to be able to get that, but sometimes she pops the gate.
I don't like her from the rail in this situation of this because she's not as fast as the other 2.
Exactly.
So she's going to be behind horses, unless she can work out the trip like that.
I don't think I've ever seen her really run away winning coming from out of it. It's not impossible, but
no, she's usually in the race early, and if she takes over at an early stage, that's when she's won. But normally she was outside horses when she's done that in the past. Yeah, I mean, Laughter going shorter. I like the move from Laughter to go 5.5. I think that's going to help her. But she's going to have to, the trip's going to have to be to her advantage. The other horse, Princess Cairo, she's won 2 in a row. Now, this is a tougher position. This is a tougher field. This is going to be the test for her. How good is Princess Cairo? Because, I mean, she's done nothing wrong. She's beating pretty decent fields. She ran down, I mean, Zen Lu looked like the winner coming down the stretch, and she still chased that horse down. I don't know how she won the race. And it's one of those races where, this horse went and still chased him down.
That was a matter of a bob.
Yeah, that was close. And then last time she looked good winning. Actually, she looked better winning last time on a good track. The times aren't that fast, though, that she's winning, and that's why I say it's more of a test. The races that open soul autism, like her times and her races, are just simply faster than Princess Cairo.
That's why we both used her on top. Right. And if there is still moisture in the race, Laughter does appreciate a little moisture in the track.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, that's a good point. And I think she also likes going 5.5. So
I always found her very easy to ride.
Except for if you tried to ask her a little bit too.
Well, I understand her. That's why I said it's easy. But if you don't understand her, then, or if you don't listen to your horse, obviously you're gonna.
Are we talking about? We're talking about the horse here.
Well, a 6-year-old mare is like same as a woman.
I think we need to move on to the 7th race. We scratched the one.
I'm gonna start giving dating advice soon. Go on.
Well, yeah, riding Laughter will get you used to that. Scratch the one, Digital Currency. but my whole point with her was she didn't like the lead because I think they were.
No, they were aggressive, and that hurts you on some horses, and some horses love when you're aggressive on them, and it's a matter of making that decision quick.
Yeah, so
it's like if they like the stick to be hit or not with the stick. If the horse doesn't like to be hit.
I don't think any of them want to get hit.
Some of them like it.
Jose Rohina's on the 4. Now we got a couple drop downs in this race. Big drop downs, as a matter of fact. Tam Bam was actually claimed for this price, so they're not losing anything by dropping her here. She ran absolutely huge right off of the claim, ran a solid second, and then she had a trouble trip. She didn't break all that sharp. She ran off the board. And last time, I didn't think she had that great a trip last time either. She had a lot to do, and she still ran well. So I guess in a sense, to me, even though they only claim the horse for $5,000, it's still a scary drop when the horse, she's running good against allowance horses. You usually want to see horses that are running bad against allowance horses drop to 5 because that's where they belong.
What's great is she closed on such slow fractions.
Well, that was the reason she lost.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is.
And then with those slow fractions, there's a lot to do, and there's a lot of horses that are stopping in front of you, and the maneuvering it can get really tricky. So I really like her on. That's why obviously I chose her on top as well.
Yeah, I mean the drops. It's hard to not see that drop and not pick her, unless that's the reason that you are playing against her. It's just too. Sometimes in horse racing, when it looks too good to be true. It is too good to be true. It usually is. Now, Castledell, I liked her last time. I was wondering, man, they're not betting this horse. Then all of a sudden, all the money came in late on her. I was like, why are they not betting this horse? Yeah, she was much the best, but she was supposed to beat that field of 5,000. It wasn't that great of a field, but then again, she was facing better before dropping a 5, and she had some excuses in some of those races as well, and she wants to go long, and I think that was part of the excuse in those sprint races, other than getting off slow, going short, that she wants to go long. And I think the mile was perfect for her. This is a little longer, mile 70, but not much further than a mile. I don't love the post with her because I think she'll probably go wide on the first turn. But I think form-wise, numbers-wise, it wouldn't be a big surprise she came back and won again.
I agree. I completely agree. I love that the race that she won. Like we said, but the fractions were good. They're pretty good compared to. There's another the race everybody came out of where they went 51 and a minute and 16. So we have a few of those coming out of that race. So I had a little. That's a little tricky because the track was probably a little slow on top of that. And I put positively fourth. I like how they put the bug girl back on. And the horse ran a great race for her going short. She almost won it, actually. Mm-hmm. And I think that will be able to put her in a position to where she'll be a little closer like they did the last time when she ran. And I think the weight off will carry a little more for her to be able to get it checked.
Yeah, that race was really slow.
I know.
For a mile. You look at the pace figures on the horse. Mm-hmm. She's only a couple lengths out of it, and she almost didn't get a pace figure because they walked.
I feel so bad when I see a low pace figure like that.
I mean,
but she's
only a couple lengths out of it.
But everybody, I Am Eve was in the race, and a couple other horses in here were in the Moontown was in that race. So it's kind of, there was no pace. It was a real difficult race for them.
That just shows how good Dharma ran too, yes. Because Dharma closed ground against that pace. That was that was the winner, and. I don't know. Was that the race? Yeah, she ended up getting up to win, but I just you see those slow paces. Sometimes the best horse wins anyway, and Dharma did get a pretty decent trip. The question mark in here was Charlie Baker's horse. Speaking of Baker, it's hard to leave him out with anything, but this was one I had mixed feelings on because the question is, maybe she just belongs for 5,000. Her form isn't that good lately. She did win going a mile in the slop when she broke her maiden. You'll give her that. But since then, I know your sister rode her too. Mm-hmm. She's done absolutely nothing. They tried her they were off the turf, then they tried her on the turf. That didn't work out. And her last race, when they dropped her back to 17.5, she absolutely nothing. So I think that this is where she belongs right now for 5,000. And maybe she's good enough for 5,000 that she could be competitive here and hit the board. Again, she didn't do anything on the turf when they put her on there. The dam was pretty good. Was stakes place. Very good router. But this is only the second foal. The first foal is still a maiden after 16 starts. So that's concerning too. Again, she might just be a 5,000 claimer.
Oh, the way she is.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like. But it's hard for me at this point when a barn is hitting at 50% to just leave them out when the horse is dropping in class. It is.
I couldn't. I tried to find a reason to put her in my numbers, and I couldn't. She might win, but I couldn't confidently.
Yeah, her form is bad.
Put her in my numbers.
Her form is bad lately. I'll say that. But at least she's got the works over the track. She's coming here into a on fire barn with works over the track. So. I've seen him win with worse lately.
Yeah,
I guess that's the point. And
that's true.
Yeah, so I don't know. She's kind of the question mark. You don't know what to expect from her because after I got past Tam Bam and Castledell, it's kind of an open race because I thought those two kind of stand out a little bit in this. And we both got them 1-2, but I thought those two kind of stood out a little bit in this race. I didn't even pick a fourth choice in there.
I know.
I'm not going to.
You're that confident.
I'm not going to. 8th race, an allowance race, never won 2. It goes 6 furlongs. Like a few of them, it's tricky. I always try to look at the pace scenario first. And, you look at Cadillac Joe's race, and it was very impressive in the slop. And it's like, what do you do with that race when you see him come back and didn't run as well? Well, the one thing that I noticed, and we studied this a little bit this morning, is the first quarter. When he popped out of the starting gate that day in the slop. Like he just shot out of there.
He beat the gate.
He basically did. But he only did 23 for the first quarter. I know they sped it up a little bit compared to the other race. But I think they asked him a little bit more in the next start to get to the lead. He seemed like he was working a little more. And sometimes when horses have it easy early, they finish up faster.
Yes.
And he may have also liked the slop. So the big question here is the presence of Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope usually stops, but one thing he usually does is send. So Cadillac Joe is probably going to have to do less than a 23 to hold the lead in here. And that's why I didn't put him on top. Otherwise, I would have.
And I went with Rockin' Money. I'm a little concerned that this horse is hanging a little bit. But as we watched from his last race, he kind of chased the pace all the way around. And then when Asleep at 8 went by him, he seemed to run again because he wanted to run with that horse. So it wasn't like he got tired. So at least you know that Koa knows the horse and knows he does this. He has the rail.
That's
It
great.
might
Yeah,
give a
the
trip.
inside post would be great for him because he'll have the horses outside him. After that race, I would have even considered taking the blinkers off or putting cheaters on him because you could tell he wanted to see the horse outside him and go with him.
Yeah,
That's how you get beat on the wire if they don't see him. I've had that happen plenty of
Well,
times.
I think they started off the career without the
Yeah.
blinkers, but he actually did pick his stride up in his first start. It's like he looked like he was going to win easy, and then the other horses were getting to him late. So
Well,
maybe.
he was probably a colt last year, and they probably put the blinkers on to focus him up a little more.
But
Maybe he was a little playful. That's just my assumption. But there is a great deal of speed in here. Like you said, Henry's Hope. Even Rockin' Money, he likes to sit off a fast pace.
But that might put him in perfect position
That's
too.
that's the main reason. I
Okay.
love it. I love it.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then Price is Truth. I love they took the blinkers off. I said you see when he ran without blinkers, he ran phenomenal. And I was actually considering putting him on top for that reason.
Yeah, we were talking about that because they put the blinkers on, but they sent him to New York on the turf when they put the blinkers on.
Strange.
You're not going to gauge anything from that. And then they kept the blinkers on coming back here, and he just kind of ran evenly. So maybe taking the blinkers off could make a
I
difference
think
here.
that'll make a big difference. There you
Definitely.
go.
All right, last race, 5,000 claimer. Fillies and Mares, Nomers a 2. It goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. We looked at this one for a while. Yeah,
I wrote half the. I always mark down what horses that stand out to me. I must have had 6 horses written down here because
I was gonna say, did you ride most of them?
No, I'll be honest. I don't think I've ridden any of these horses.
Yeah, so
So it made it even harder. I couldn't even say I had a bias.
yeah, yeah. Well, maybe that's good. He's looking at it from open-mindedly. But you're right. This was a race. Like you kind of look through every horse, look at their last few trips. I still landed on the drop down.
Yep.
I don't really like Hypnotic Flair's last race. I mean, it did have the bad start, but he had every reason to pick up those horses and just kind of ran evenly at the end. But those horses that this horse has been up against are so much tougher than these, and she is going to get a trip. We look at Cue the Music. It's got speed, but so does Honey in the Bank. I thought Honey in the Bank with John Barrios would go with that horse, and Hypnotic Flair could get a trip and maybe win
And
the
even
last.
a Sugar Ride as well has got a lot of speed in there.
So it'll be interesting. Last race. Make a couple points before we go. Or?
Yeah. Jeez, what do I say? I think, like I said, the last race, everybody always likes to send. It's like nobody wants to get dirty. So I put change order on top because he closed very well the last 2 starts, and I think from the outside he should be able to maneuver properly.
I think I picked that horse all 3 times. We ran for 5.
And then I threw the long shot, and my little Artemis girl
Going to be rolling.
is going to be rolling late as well, and she's in a good spot to save some ground. Hopefully the rail's good.
And we should have a fast track by the last race. Hopefully. All right, enjoy today's card. We are done with our picks. We'll be showing them. Good luck with yours. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun today. We got another day of fun tomorrow. We got 1:15 tomorrow. Not too long before we go earlier. Change the clocks, like the Halloween weekend. I'm scared of what she's going to have me wear on
I'm so
Halloween.
excited. We're going to have so much fun.
All right, thanks for doing the show today, Jackie.
Yeah.
We'll be back again tomorrow, a little later tomorrow, more like 12:10 or 12:15 before first race post time. It's going to be at 1:15 tomorrow. So we'll see you then.
Okay, I got my rest yesterday, so I was a little better today.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race here at Finger Lakes. And number 2 is Image of Quality with Joel Cruz aboard. Number 3 is Hair on Fire. Jockey change to Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Don Antonio, Luis Perez. Number 5, Smile Takes Charge, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Production Credit, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7, Gandy Dancing, Michael Davila Jr. And number 8 is Kali's Dream with Andre Worry. Track is good for the opener. First race in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Approaching the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go, 5 1/2 furlongs. 4 to 5 favorite, number 8, Kali's Dream. Now even money on Kali's Dream. Track is good. Much better weather today than yesterday, where it was colder, rainy, and windy. Got a little bit of wind. Not as cold, and a drying out racetrack to start the day here at Finger Lakes. Production credit going in. Gandy Dancing and the big favorite, Kali's Dream, to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Production credit dashes out for the lead. Smile takes charge in second. Kali's Dream outside in the white blinkers in third. Image of Quality, the grays up the inside into a joint third. There's Gandy Dancing with a burst of energy from fifth up into third, splitting rivals. And then 4 lengths back to Don Antonio second last, and a length back to Hair on Fire, who trails the field. Entry into the turn. Production credit. Smile takes charge first and second. Gandy Dancing, Kali's Dream outside third and fourth. 2.5 lengths back to Image of Quality, shuffled fifth. And the back 2 markers, Hair on Fire is to the outside of Don Antonio. Those two about 10 lengths off the lead. As they wind their way to the top of the stretch of the opener, Production credit with the slender lead over Smile takes charge, who does not give up. Kali's Dream down the center of the course in third. And then it's Gandy Dancing fourth. 1 furlong to go. Production credit on top with a 16th to go. Production credit by a half length over Smile takes charge, and Kali's Dream followed up by Image of Quality, but it's Production credit victorious. Smile takes charge second, close for third, Kali's Dream or Image of Quality. Six, 5, and a photo for third. Number 6, Production credit first. Third, number 8, Kali's Dream. Fourth, number 2, Image of Quality. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Production Credit. 8th career win for this New York bred, 7-year-old Doc Brown gelding by Central Banker out of Right On It. Ralph D'Alessandro, owner-trainer. Manuel De Diego, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, bred Production Credit. It's official, 5-1 upset, $12.64 in the opener. The winning mutual on Production Credit. Exacta, $100.18. Trifecta, $56.76. Time Super, $98.43. Second race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 19 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Is Production Credit, who enjoys a little moisture in the racetrack, taking advantage of his track. Ended up being a little wetter than I expected to be, as they had to seal it again, as there's still a chance of some rain coming. So we'll see if they end up opening the track. But it did look pretty wet there for the first race, which was an advantage for Production Credit. A lot of money on Callie's Dream, way over bet in that race. Maybe betting Andre Worry because he's had the hot hand lately, but that one off at 2 to 5, giving good prices for everybody else in the first race. And that one will start off the early pick 5. Second race, we go a mile. 11 to 9 maiden claimer. We'll start the pick 3 with this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double also offered. Look to the outside, Otto Napodi, who came here with the stakes winner that day. Ran in the last race as Paradise Farms won the stakes race that day. And we'll try a route today. Showed some speed. No real excuse as far as running second. Wasn't the strongest of fields that the horse was up against, but still ran second that day. Didn't run that badly. Drop it in for 11. So stays here at 11 and stretches out. Looks like this horse wants to go long and catches a pretty soft group in this route race that it's got to be played. Now, the big question I thought was Wisecracker. Wisecracker runs to his competition, hits the board all the time, no matter who he's up against. And we're talking about maiden special weights, and he's run against some good ones in the maiden special weight races. He just doesn't win. I mean, he looked like the winner a couple times, especially that race where Kiss Me, Hug Me, Thrill Me beat him at the wire. Looked like Wisecracker was going to finally win a race, opened up the lead in the stretch, and then just looked for the competition. Well, he drops off of a bad effort last time, but in his defense, he lost all chance at the start. He broke in the air and was never really in it. But he did put 2 bad ones in a row, so now he'll get some class relief, dropping to the 11 to 9. At least a good underneath horse is Wisecracker. And he's been okay. His form is still the same, at least in the past when he's been on the off track, which he'll be on today. Other horses to consider, you got the 2 Halloway, who's been running competitively against maiden special weights, so he'll drop a notch to face the 11 to 9s. He's been on the off track a couple times and didn't do too well, but that was a little earlier in his career, so tough to gauge just by the 2 races whether he likes it or dislikes it, but from the looks of it, he might not be as good on the off track. See how he handles it today. One good thing about Halloway is he drops down in class to face claimers today. I thought the real wild card is long shot the 3 Salamini's Legacy. Hasn't proven that he could run on the dirt, but then again, he hasn't proven that he could run on the turf either. His best race was over at Sloppy Racetrack, where he ran 4th against maiden claimers in New York. And that was an off-the-turf race, though, so maybe not the strongest of fields for a maiden special weight that he faced. Didn't show anything in his debut here in the slop, but at least he ran in the slop before. Maybe he's just needs the drop, and he drops the 11 to 9. I guess the positive sign is Diego, who rode Wisecracker, shows up on Salamini's Legacy for race number 2, and Wisecracker certainly looks live against this group. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in the second race. Got about a few minutes to post here before they go on the track.
Coming on the track, second race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Salty Ryan and Luis Perez. Number 2, Halloway, Chris Russell. Number 3, Solomini's Legacy and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Cada Dia Mejor, Andre Worry. Number 5, Wisecracker, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Feline Treasure, Hammond Harkey. And number 7 is Otto Nipoti, Cabercoa in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go once around the Finger Lakes Oval, 1 mile. 3 to 5 on the outside. Number 7, Otto Nipoti. Loading up for race number 2. Two more left to load. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Taking up a little bit after the start, Solomini's Legacy. Otto Nipoti sending out for the lead. Halloway and Salty Ryan towards the inside. Wisecracker 4 wide, but in the clear and can advance up into second and contending for the top spot early on. Fourth place, Kana Dia Mejor. Salty Ryan takes back in fifth, a length and a half back to Feline Treasure, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Solomini's Legacy, who's at the back of the pack as they turn on to the backstretch. Otto Nipoti on top, the lead's a neck over Wisecracker, prompting outside second. Kana Dia Mejor, green blinkers in third, 3 off the pace. Half length to Halloway's towards the inside in fourth. A separation of 7 lengths to Feline Treasure to the outside of Salty Ryan, and 3 parts of a length to Solomini's Legacy. At the back of the pack, the half and 47 3/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Otto Nipoti has the lead. The lead's a length and a half over Wisecracker, nudged upon in second. Halloway tracks in third, 4.5 lengths off the lead as Salty Ryan getting on track from the back of the pack. Salty Ryan is a clear-cut fourth, 8 lengths off the lead. Then it's Feline Treasure. Kana Dia Mejor second last. Solomini's Legacy trails the field as they reach the top of the home stretch, and it's Otto Nipoti who comes off the turn. Wisecracker, Halloway outside second and third, and Salty Ryan on the grandstand side in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Otto Nipoti staying to his task, has a lead by 3.5 over Halloway in second. Salty Ryan third in deep stretch. It's Otto Nipoti who breaks the maiden today. Halloway second, Salty Ryan third, Wisecracker fourth. Seven two one five in race 2 from Finger Lakes. Otto Nipoti wins. back to the winner's circle, number 7, Otto Nipoti. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old duck run gunning by Bernardini out of Wajia. Paradise Farms Corporation owns. M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Shadwell Farm bred, Otto Nipoti. $5 to Winning Mutual, double $25.30. Exacta $9.16. Trifecta $8.93. Super $4.45. Third race from Finger Lakes put Joel Cruz at number 2, A Knight's Courage. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in about 19 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Make your plans to be here at Finger Lakes for the Breeders' Cup on Friday, October 31st and Saturday, November 1st. Racing fans on Breeders' Cup Saturday, all guests that place a $10 wager on any Breeders' Cup race, either win, place, or show with a mutual teller, will receive their $10 back in gaming free play. No gaming points are required. Just got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to redeem. It's like placing a free Breeders' Cup wager. Also on Breeders' Cup Saturday, there'll be food specials at the wire, including $1 Sweegle hot dogs, $1 chips, and fountain sodas. And the Tin Cup Bar will be offering $3 drafts. It's the World Thoroughbreds Championships from Del Mar. Catch all the action right here at Finger Lakes.
Okay, horses in the paddock for race number 3, and look at the last race. Otto Napodi just liked the stretch out. This horse was better going long than short. Had a trip over the track, and just was able to control the pace up front with Cabercoa to get that win for M. Anthony Ferraro and Paradise Farms, who enjoying the horses that they've sent here. Third race, it's a bottom maiden claimer. It goes 5.5 furlongs. Look at some of the main contenders. I mean, Real Aleve. Can this horse break through and get a victory? He's been a beaten favorite the last 2 races. He dropped to 5 and did hang a little bit. I mean, Stormy's Dreaming out kicked him, but he looked for the competition, it seemed like. And then last race seemed like he hung a little bit too. That's the big question with Real Aleve. He is shortening up here to 5.5 furlongs. He's actually never been this distance. Might work out for him. I mean, he's not quite getting there to the 3/4. It's not like he's getting tired in those races, though. They say he might be just playing around with the competition. 5.5, he's got the rail. There's not a lot of speed outside of him. He might actually try to be aggressive here because there isn't a lot of speed in here. There's really absolutely no speed in this particular race. I mean, going to be possible is probably the one that has speed outside of him, but he might be just as quick if he's aggressive from the rail. So that could be the key to the race if he does opt to be aggressive in this spot, and maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he needs to just hold the rail, get the lead on a weaker bunch like this one. He's a short price right now at 2 to 5. And look at the outside horse, the 7, Awaiting Trial. This one also drops down to 5. This is an all-time low for Awaiting Trial, though. Didn't fare too well in that race with Real Aleve last time, but his previous starts weren't bad. If you could forgive the last effort for Awaiting Trial, and maybe it was the 6 furlongs that had something to do with it, because he's shortening back to 5.5, which has been the distance he's been going most of his races where he's hitting the board. So back to 5.5 for Awaiting Trial, probably back hitting the board again. He's a big price at 9 to 1, but they're all big prices because of all the money on Real Aleve. The only other one there that's getting any kind of early play is the 2, A Knight's Courage. And like Real Aleve, he's finishing second a lot. 3 consecutive seconds, in fact, and at the $5,000 level. And you got to think that he's going to be in the top 3 here as well. He's got a little tactical speed in a race that has no speed, so you got to figure him to be up close throughout. His numbers aren't that great. I mean, he did chase Mischief Exposed home last time. It wasn't the strongest of fields, I'll just say that he comes out of. But he plays in here, but he's been off since June, so he gets the freshening since that last race where he Mischief Exposed beat the gate and just everybody was in chase mode. So you got to think that he'll be competitive. The layoff a little bit of a concern, but maybe the freshening could also help. Hard to leave him out of the top 3 as well, seeing he's been competitive every time at this level. Exacta Dry Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts with race number 3. Got 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes, leading the post parade number 1, Rio Aleve and Andre Worry. Number 2, A Knight's Courage, with the jockey change to Joel Cruz. Number 3, 10-Run Rule, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Peeling Out, Luis Pena. Well, I guess we'll go to the 5, Roll the Soul, with Hemen Harkey. Number 6, Gonna Be Possible, Oscar Gomez. Number 7, Awaiting Trial, Kevin Navarro. And there's the 4, Peeling Out, with Luis Pena. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. Big favorite 1 to 2, number 1, Rio Aleve. Gonna be possible second last into line, awaiting trial to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Great start for a waiting trial who rushes out for the lead. A Knight's Courage, Rio Aleve up the inside. Rio Aleve's up into second, now gets that lead. It's peeling out from the back of the pack, who is scraping the paint, is up into third. And then it's 10 Run Rule, 3 wide fourth. Fifth place, A Knight's Courage, but ridden along hard to keep position. To the inside of Roll the Soul in a space of about 6 to the gray, gonna be possible at the back. Rio Aleve, the big favorite at 1 to 2, has lead by a length and a half. A waiting trial outside in second. And then it's peeling out, who saves all the ground up the inside in third. 10 Run Rule stuck out deep in the course in fourth, and it's Roll the Soul 3 lengths back to A Knight's Courage in second last as they reach the top of the stretch. Rio Aleve's in charge, comes off the turn, leading by 3 lengths. A waiting trial to the outside, peeling out for second, and then a many lengths back to 10 Run Rule in fourth. 16th to go. It's Rio Aleve who draws clear by 6 lengths over a waiting trial. Rio Aleve, your winner. A waiting trial second, peeling out third, 10 Run Rule fourth. 1743, number one, Rio Aleve, the 1-2 favorite first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.79. Third race official, $3 to Winning Mutual on Rio Aleve. Back to the winner's circle, number one of Real Aleve. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old big gelding by Authentic out of Corps de Ballet. Umpqua Creek Stable owns. Jeremiah Engelhardt trains. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Pollock Farm and Hugh Owen bred Real Aleve. Super, $7.07. Exacta, $6.60. Trifecta, $8.09. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 24 minutes at 2:33 p.m.
All right, no big surprises in the third. We go to the fourth. Remember, we start the pick 5 in the fifth, the late one, with a 9 race car. So the fourth race, we got Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double, and pick 3 beginning in here. Pretty competitive heat here for the fourth. Some question marks, and that happens a lot when you get to this 11 and 9. It's kind of the midway point between the bottom and, of course, the tougher allowance horses. So you get some horses coming from different conditions, and very competitive. This is that split condition. Hours of race, it's a date, never won 4 or 3-year-olds. So you do have horses from different class levels and conditions going against each other here, and you kind of try to put it together. Well, I'll start off with our man Mike. Our man Mike. Now, Mike Ferraro has 2 of them in here. He's got Beta for an owner, and then our man Mike is the one that he owns. And this one's a late runner and should be able to benefit from the amount of pace that's in here. You know, Spetro's got speed, and then you got the 2 horses for Beth Miller Saw that both have speed. One of them's going to be sent out there. So he'll have something to run at. Coca Spiritor probably going to be in chase mode from the outside, but our man Mike makes that one late run, and he just hasn't really had it this year like he did last year. Now, he was running against a little bit easier for most of last year than these tougher state-bred allowance conditions. So he's been in against tough. Gets second and third because of his running style in a lot of races. He is at the mercy of the pace, but it does look like he's going to get something up front that he'll have that pace to chase. Same thing with a horse like Majestic Frontier. Majestic Frontier did lose by double digits his last start going the mile over a sealed racetrack. The previous start wasn't bad at 5.5. You would think that this horse would want to go longer and certainly could sit a trip here with the speed, and has had success here at Finger Lakes in the past when he was here before with 3 wins over this racetrack. He's kind of high on the board at odds of 11 to 1. I mentioned America's Justice. He's a better horse when he's on the lead. So this is an interesting spot for him because you have another speed horse in a minute from the same stable, and then you also have Spetro outside him, so he might have to sit a little bit early before making his early move, but he has been better when he's on the front, kind of like his father, so American Pharaoh. But when he does make the front in the reasonable fractions, he's really tough to beat. And he loves this distance. 5 of his 6 career wins have come at a mile 70. The 3 Beta is the other Ferraro trainee. He's currently on the board 6 to 1. Not a bad effort last time, but it was over the artificial surface of Presque Isle. Just hasn't been the same horse as he was earlier in his career. He did win in a waiver claim at 5,000, and he's been competitive against the starters. So this is kind of a lateral move into this spot, and he's another one that could sit close, not get too far back, and hang around. So Beta, representing the Ferraro barn, who's got 2 in here. Of course, our man Mike, I thought, was probably the tougher of the 2, dropping in class from state-bred allowance conditions. Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double in the pick 3 starts with race number 4. You got 7 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, fourth race, Finger Lakes. Number 1 is In a Minute with Jose Baez. Number 2, Majestic Frontier, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Beta and Luis Perez. Number 4, America's Justice, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Street Cop Officer, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Spetro, Andre Worry. Number 7, Our-Man Mike, Cabercoa. Number 8 is Big Rich, Chris Russell. And number 9 is Co-Conspirator and Nasario Alvarado. Post time in a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes, approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go, 1.70 miles. Trio horses at 5-2. Number 3, Beta. Number 6, Spetro. Number 7, Our Man Mike. Majestic Frontier into stall number 2. Loading up race number 4. Two out, Big Rich and Co-Conspirator. Co-Conspirator to the outside, 2-1 on Spetro. Now 2-1 on Beta. 5-2 on Spetro. Co-Conspirator, last to load up. 9-5 on Spetro, 5-2 on Beta. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good starts for Beta and Spetro. Spetro wants that lead and has it. Beta is in second. In a minute's up the inside. Co-Conspirator is going to be stuck out a little bit wide around that first turn. And then it's America's Justice and Big Rich. Majestic Frontier saving all the ground towards the inside. About 5 or 6 lengths off the lead in mid-pack. The back 2 markers, Street Cop Officer is about 4 lengths in front of Our Man Mike. Our Man Mike's about 14 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, Spetro has the lead. In a minute's up the inside second. First quarter, 23 3/5. Beta runs along in third and 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 3 lengths to Majestic Frontier, America's Justice, and Co-Conspirator. Then 3 more lengths back to Big Rich, who's about 2 lengths in front of Street Cop Officer, who trails the field. The half in 47 2/5, less than a half mile to go. Spetro on top of Beta as it's In a Minute, who tracks outside in third. Followed up by Majestic Frontier towards the inside in fourth. Co-Conspirator and America's Justice fifth and sixth, and about 7 lengths off the lead. Street Cop Officer looping up on the outside, and Street Cop Officer making a strong bid for the lead here. Passing horses one by one, still 4 lengths off the lead up into third. Our Man Mike is very deep on the course and about 9 lengths off the lead into the top 5 as they turn into the stretch. Spetro has the lead over Beta. Street Cop Officer bearing down the outside up into second. 1 furlong to go. Spetro leads by 3. Street Cop Officer outside second. 16th to go. Spetro continues to find on the front end, and Spetro will not be caught. Street Cop Officer a strong second. Third, Beta. Fourth, Our Man Mike. 6537, number 6, Spentro first. Miles 70 yards, 143.94. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Spetro. 3 wins in a row for this New York Red. 6-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Go Zapper. Adakanga Bella, Michael Foster, the owner. Charlton Baker, the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Off the hook, Gumster Stable and Ghost Zapper Syndicate bred Spetro. $6.14 the winning mutual, 4th race official. Daily double, $9.56. Exacta, $82.84. Trifecta, $78.92. Super, $51.28. Pick 3, $5.60. 5th race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 7, Beach Boy Al, and number 8, Son of Darkness. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 5 in 20 minutes at 3:05 p.m.
Well, barn's going pretty good. Talking about the Charlie Baker barn, Spetro makes it 3 in a row. Doesn't matter if there's other speed in there. Went 47 to the half, and looked like he won relatively comfortably. Andre Worry also winning at a high rate. He's still the leading rider here, but Charlie Baker must be around 50% lately, and that one by Go Sapper again makes it 3 in a row, winning race number 4 at odds of 2 to 1. It looks like there's a lot of speed in the race. Sometimes it doesn't matter when a horse is going good. Now we're going to go below bottom for the 5th. There's a 4,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Look at some of the contenders here. We do scratch the 7 Beach Boyale and the 8 Son of Darkness. Significant scratch of the 8 Son of Darkness because there really is a lack of pace in race number 5. Front speed doesn't look good enough. You know, you got a race lacking. Of course, a lot of these 4,000 claimers are like that. You know, you got Dorothy's Happiness. Not sure what's going on with this horse. Looks so good early in his career, winning his first couple starts, 3 of his first 4 starts. And then this year, just the bottom fell out. He cut back in distance last time, tried the 11 to 9, and just didn't pick him up. His stablemate won the race, Kegs. I mean, they didn't back up to him as much, but there's a few of them on the line together. He only lost by 2 lengths against the 11 to 9, so that still transposes into a victory at 4,000. But it's hard to have faith in a horse that's been running against some of the tougher allowance horses on the grounds and now shows up here for 4 after failing as a favorite at 11. Yeah, and then you factor in that there's not much speed in there. Maybe he could stay close with his class and may have enough natural speed from the rail that he could be out there with the early pace setters, which is probably 42 Ace or Smooth Tails. Now, 42 Ace is all the way on the outside, gets help with the scratches, but then you see Charlie Baker's the trainer, and it's all you need to know. This is the hottest barn on the grounds right now. And 42 Aces had an 11 post last time, but it was one of those races where there was other speed, and he's trying to close. This race has no speed. Now, his speed that he's shown was mostly route speed, but he's got enough tactical pace, even in sprints, in a completely paceless field, that he's going to be out there. And again, with Son of Darkness scratching, it took all the speed out of this race. Now, the other one that might have speed is the 6 Smooth Tails, which makes him dangerous. He has shown speed in the past, especially 6 furlong speed. He's had a lot of starts. But when you're talking about a paceless race and you can inherit the lead if nobody else goes because you got the most natural speed, he did have a couple seconds in this condition. So if you could throw the last race out, you had a heavy favorite in drop down Warrior's Revenge. You could throw that race out. He fits, and he's a big price. I mean, I picked him 3rd here after you pass the 1 and 11. He's probably the next logical because of the lack of speed. The other one would be Ribbons and Medals, who's been up close to some faster paces. And, you know, last time he found himself with a lot to do, and he did make up a little ground. Now, he was no threat in there at 5,000, so he'll drop to 4 today. But 6 furlongs could be a good distance for him. He does get second a lot, but at this level, with the lack of pace, he's another one that could be close up and factor in, especially if they go 47 and change for the half, which I really expect them to do for this 6 furlong distance. Even though the track's a little quicker today with the fractions and the times, these are pretty slow horses that if 47 would not be out of the question, especially a 23 first quarter. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with this race. Going to be scratch the 7 and the 8.
horses are on the track, fifth race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Dorothy's Happiness in Luis Perez. Number 2 is Don't Poke the Cat, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Colton Goes, Luis Pena. Number 4 is Bench Walk, Hemin Harkey. Number 5, Ribbons and Medals, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Smooth Tails with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 9, Barfly, John Barrios, the riding assignment. Number 10, Central Love, Carlos Camilo. And number 11, 42 Ace, and Ray Lou Gutierrez. Post time in a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 5. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Colton Goes going up. Barfly going up, Central Love. "42 Ace" to the outside. 6-5 Dorothy's Happiness. 9-5 42 Ace. They're all in the gate and they're off. It's Ribbons and Medals hustled out for the lead. Smooth Tails, 42 Ace on the far outside. And then it's Central Love in fourth to the outside of Colton Goes in fifth, who's about 5.5 off the lead. A gap of 2 to Bench Walk, who is in sixth. And it's Barfly, who's about a length in front of Don't Poke the Cat. And Dorothy's Happiness will have to pass them all and is about 12 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Ribbons and Medals setting a pressured pace. Smooth Tails and 42 Ace applying the heat outside second and third. Colton Goes towards the inside in fourth. Bench Walk outside of him in fifth. 2.5 lengths is Central Love. Then it's Don't Poke the Cat. Barflies in second last, 11 off the lead, and 3 lengths back to Dorothy's Happiness, who still trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Ribbons and Medals. Jockey takes a look back at 42 Ace and sees that's the immediate danger on the outside. Colton Goes is in third and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Smooth Tails and Don't Poke the Cat. 1 furlong to go. Ribbons and Medals. 42 Ace. Colton Goes is getting closer in third. 16th to go. It's 42 Ace with the lead over Ribbons and Medals. 42 Ace prevails over Ribbons and Medals and Colton Goes. Then it was Dorothy's Happiness. 11-5-3-1. Number 11, 42 ace first. Fifth race official, $5.16 the winning mutual on 42 ace. 42 ace official winner, New York Red, 7-year-old Bay Gunning by Golden Sense out of Cinderella's Wish. Saul Kupperberg is the owner, Charlton Baker the trainer, Raylu Gutierrez the winning jockey, Charlton Baker 2 wins in the card. Spruce Lane, McMahon of Saratoga, Manlius Stable, Copper Beach, and Jim Ward bred 42 ace. Pick 5, we'll get to that in a second. Double $19.44, exacta $18.24. Pick 5, $128.75. Super $51.93. Trifecta $115.33. 6 race Finger Lakes, scratch the 9 tumbles. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 19 minutes at 3:36 p.m. Number 1, Dorothy's Happiness claiming out of the 5th. New trainer Rachel Sells, new owner Frank Fumera. Dorothy's Happiness claiming out of the 5th.
Right, pretty good finish to the fifth race. That was 42 Ace getting up over ribbons and medals to get the victory in that fifth. Is the Charlton Baker, the machine of Charlton Baker lately. Two in a row for Baker. Ray Lou aboard for that one. Baker's been winning. I mentioned it earlier. The last 30 days, he's been over 50%. Pretty impressive how his horses are all firing at this point of the season. 11-9 is the sixth. Non-numbers have raced to date nor never won 4 races. Look at some of the contenders in this race. Open Soul Autism is looking for 3 in a row, and she really has been unchallenged the last 2, drawing away from lifetime conditions against the 11-9s. So it takes the next logical step here. A little tougher field because you're going to get some other horses that have won the same conditions as well. But she's done a little wrong. It's not like anybody's challenger is mentioned, and she won in the slop last time, as we saw the Drying Out Racetrack. So she could sit just off of the speed, and there are 2 speeds in here. When you think of Camus and Bad Connection, she could be in a perfect position to do it again. You got the 8 horse, and that's Princess Cairo. She's also looking for 3 in a row. She's going through the same conditions as Open Soul Autism. She's not winning the same way this Open Soul Autism is, though. A little bit slower in the times and a little bit closer as far as the margins that she's winning by. But she is getting victories. She had to run down Zen Lu, who looked like she was long gone, and Zen Lu did come back to win out of that race, as so did Princess Cairo. So she's one of the main threats to Open Soul Autism. That's the other one, a little bit of a long shot, the 5, Delightful Dixie, who won for 5,000 at Presque Isle. She was close. We'll see how she handles the dirt here. She does have a win in the past on the dirt. She likes this distance. 3 of her 4 wins have come at 5.5 as well. Now, granted, only 1 of her 4 wins on the dirt. She's won on both synthetic and turf, all different surfaces, but she fits well class-wise against this field, and she does have enough tactical speed to stay close, and she's just kind of the mystery wild card horse here. If she takes to this racetrack with her numbers, she could be a threat in here as well. So Delightful Dixie at odds of 8-1, and should be a price in here, as she is the wild card in race number 6. We do scratch the 9 tumbles. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Late Pick 4 starts with race 6.
Coming on the track, race 6 at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Tasty Wave and Oscar Gomez. Number 2 is Poseidon's Mist, Luis Pena. Number 3 is Camus, Caber Coa. Number 4, Bad Connection, Rafael Regina Jr. Number 5, Delightful Dixie and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 6, Open Soul Autism, Andre Worry. Number 7, Laughter, Kevin Navarro. Number 8, Princess Cairo, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 10 is Flying By and Heaven Harkey. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9. Fillies and Mares going 5.5 furlongs. 4 to 5 on number 6, Open Soul Autism. Delightful Dixie going up. Favorite Open Soul Autism into line. Princess Cairo and Flying By. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Bad Connection who wins the break and fires out for the lead. Camus up the inside in second. Open Soul Autism races in third. Princess Cairo Flying By outside fourth and fifth. Delightful Dixie in that middle cluster, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Tasty Wave probes through at the fence, then 3 lengths back to Poseidon's Mist in second last, and a margin of about 3 lengths to Laughter, who's at the tail of the field. Onto the turn, Bad Connection on top, the leads 2. Camus in pursuit in second. Open Soul Autism, White Blinkers in third. And then it's Delightful Dixie in fourth. Followed up by Princess Cairo, who loops up to the outside, now up into a joint fourth. Tasty Wave is in sixth, and then it's Poseidon's Mist in seventh as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Bad Connection turns them in, has a lead by 2. Camus, Pink Blinkers outside in second. Delightful Dixie towards the inside as it's Open Soul Autism, who's now up into second. 2 lengths off the lead at Bad Connection. 16th to go, and it's Open Soul Autism who wrestles that lead away from Bad Connection. And Open Soul Autism has a 3-race win streak. Bad Connection second, close for third, Princess Cairo or Delightful Dixie. 6485. Number 6, Open Soul Autism first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.85. Six race official, $2.92 the winning win mutual on Open Soul Autism. Open Soul Autism, 3 wins in a row. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Maximus Mischief out of Colonel Detwiller. Gary Barber, Pantafel Stable. Wachtell Stable, the ownership. Chris Engelhardt is the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding triple today. Jay Goodwin, Pug Hart, and Susie Hart, bred Open Soul Autism. Double $10.20, Super $16.78, Pick 3 $8.57, Pick 4 $13.79. Exacta $28.40, Trifecta $21.45. Onward to race 7. Scratch number 1, Digital Currency. Put Jan Brohina on number 4, Tam Bam. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time in 18 minutes at 4:06 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, Open Soul Autism. They found that horse, got a lot of late money. She went off a big favorite. Things got interesting as Bad Connection has been getting brave on the front end. Camus, of all days when front speed is good, decides she wants to try something different. That was the benefit to Bad Connection, and she almost got away, but Open Soul Autism proved much the best. Andre Worry continues to be leading rider. He gets the victory for trainer Chris Engelhart. Yeah, that track's a little quick out there. We saw Scratch the 1, Digital Currency, and looking at the board on this one, you got a couple 2-to-1 shots in here. The 4 Tam Bam, who's a drop down, getting play. Charlie Baker, the 6, also getting some play. And this is one of those races where there's some question marks with these drop downs. So the 4 Tam Bam, she's going to get play. I mean, she's dropping all the way down to 5,000. Her running style doesn't fit the way the track's playing today, though. I guess that would be the one knock for Tam Bam with this drying out racetrack. But she's got to be considered when she's running 4th and running good force with excuses against much tougher competition. She drops to the level of the claim. She's a big threat in here. Mentioned the 6, Lucky and Gorgeous. Well, Charlie Baker already won 2 today. The guy's been hitting at a high percentage. Of course, so is Andre Worry. This one shows nothing other than the win in the slop and Aqueduct. My guess is this racetrack should be going to fast soon, so you don't really have the moisture in the track. Not the strongest of breeding for Looking at Gorgeous. You have the Looking at Lucky, the sire, but as far as the dam side, this is the second foal. The first one's still a maiden in 16 starts, and I think they're just trying to figure this horse out. Looks like they had her on the turf, off the turf races. Her maiden win was in the slop against 20,000 maiden claimers. Interesting horse, but she's got to be considered also with a drop in class. Castle Dell 1 for 5. She dropped and popped, dropped to 5 and was a much the best winner, stretching out to the better distance. She was going sprints, which was probably too short for her anyway, and she wasn't breaking all that sharp in a couple of those races. So I think the drop to 5 and the stretch out certainly helped her, and she should be awfully tough in here. But another one, she's going to be outside, and she's going to have to close some ground. So the big question mark is, you got to be in the race a little bit in some of these races. Maybe with the route races, you can make a move. The speed is questionable. It probably comes from Allie's Song, the 2-horse. She's stretching out of sprints, and she would be expected to flash some speed, at least have some natural speed, and the same with Flora Lotes. Flora Lotes would be the other one with speed. That's the 7-horse. So those 2 horses coming out of sprints would be the likely horses to have a little bit of early speed in this race, and that could make them dangerous if the pace is reasonable, if they could go long, because the track with drying out has been a little quicker. So we'll see. But Tam Bam on the drop in class, I would think would have an edge on this field, no matter how the track's playing, just because she's faced so much better competition. So this race starts the late pick 3. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered against Scratch the 1, Digital Currency.
Horses coming on the track, 7th race at Finger Lakes. Please note the track has been upgraded to fast. Scratch the 1. Number 2 is Allie's Song, Hemet Harkey. Number 3, Moontown, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Tam Bam, Jockey Change, Jan Marahina. Number 5, I Am EV and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 6, Lucky and Gorgeous, Andre Worry. Number 7, Floral Oats, Oscar Gomez. Number 8 is Positively and Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 9 is Castledale. Luis Perez partners up. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 fillies and mares to go a mile and 70 yards. 4 to 5 on number 4, Tam Bam. Just about ready. Castle Dell to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Alley Song and Moontown, the inside two going out for the lead. Lucky and Gorgeous and Floral Oats are on the outside as Lucky and Gorgeous backs off the pace to run along in fourth. Positively's on her outside. I Am EV at the fence. The back two markers are Tam Bam and Castle Dell as they navigate the first turn. It's Alley Song who's opened up early on, has a lead by 4 over Floral Oats, who's on the outside in second. Moontown tracks in third, then a space of 3. I Am EV, Lucky and Gorgeous, and Positively. They are fourth, fifth, and sixth. Castle Dell behind rivals in seventh, and a length and a half back to Tam Bam, who's in the eighth and trailing position and about 11 lengths off the lead. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Alley Song has the lead by 5. Tam, as it's Floor Oats, is on the outside second, the opening half, in 48 and 3/5. Castle Dell, I Am EV in the midst of rallies up the inside, and then it's Lucky and Gorgeous in fifth. Followed up by Tam Bam, Positively deep on the course and about 12 lengths off the lead, and Moontown's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. About a quarter of a mile left to travel, and Alley Song's trying to give this field the slip at the quarter pole, and it is clear by about 9 lengths. I Am EV's up the inside second. Tam Bam is on the grandstand side, and Tam Bam is winding up from the back of the pack, and Tam Bam is up into second and 4 lengths off the lead of Alley Song. Alley Song can hear the footsteps of Tam Bam. Tam Bam challenging for the lead of the 16th pole. Tam Bam wrestles that lead away from Alley Song, and it's Tam Bam from last to first. I Am EV in a photo for second with Alley Song, and then it was Moontown. 4523. Number 4, Tam Bam first. Tam Bam back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Vino Rosso out of T for Tam. Frank Fumira, the owner. Rachel Sells, the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Spendthrift Farm bred Tam Bam. Mile 70 yards and 147.09. $3.84 the winning mutual, double $8.16, exacta $32.60, trifecta $51.90, super $49.06. Onward to race 8, put Oscar Gomez on number 5, Montauk Memoirs. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time in 18 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
Eight minutes to post for race number 8, and you get the dry now. It's dry now, and that track is pretty quick out there. Almost carried Allie's Song. She lasted as long as she could, as she was really tired down the lane. It was Tam Bam who just was too good on the drop in class. Drop it to 5. Jose Rojina picked up the mount. He gets a victory for Rachel Sells. I mean, Allie's Song still almost ran second. That's how much the track is carrying. 8th race, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here. Could be an advantage for the 2, Cadillac Joe, who, man, he went quick as when on the sealed racetrack. He went 110 and change. He just did not run as well last time when he had to go a little quicker for the first quarter. He faded a little more. See if he can last a little more because of the racetrack here. He does look like the inside speed. Henry's Hope is the other one that's got front speed outside of him. The one Rockin' Money should get a trip right behind him. Rockin' Money is an interesting one. He was in chase mode his last race and actually ran well. It's not like he got tired. He actually passed the 2:30 a.m., took over the lead when he actually never did take over the lead. He passed him when Asleep at 8 went by. He tried to run up on again, trying to stay with Asleep at 8, who was rallying in the late stages. So he ran a good second last time. Should get a similar trip in here from the inside, and you got to figure he's going to be pretty close when it comes to the running time. And he's at odds of 8 to 5. The 8 horse is Price's Truth, not to be confused with Prince of Truth, who just won the other day. They faced each other back in July. They ran 1-2, came back with 2 third-place finishes since, before really going out of his element, going to New York on the turf, and just was overmatched in that race. Came back, but he did add blinkers, and came back with the blinkers last time. We're going to take the blinkers off. I think it was a poor experiment anyway, but if he responds to the blinkers off, he should get a good trip from the outside. He's got tactical speed that'll give him a good stalking trip out there, outside of Cadillac Joe and Henry's Hope. And he figures to be around somewhere. He's got the numbers to do so. Just kind of ran evenly last time behind Rockin' Money, who ran second. But it's not like he lost that much ground or looked that tired at the end. So maybe the equipment change could be a factor here for Price is Truth, not to be confused with Prince of Truth. So that's some of the contenders for race number 8. We start the last double on the card with this race. Exacta Tri and Super also available.
Horses coming on the track for race 8 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Rockin' Money and Caber Coa. Number 2, Cadillac Joe, Joel Cruz. Number 3, All of a Suddenly, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Race Sully and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5 is Montauk Memoirs, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Henry's Hope, Nasario Alvarado. Number 7, Devil of Ramadi, Raylu Gutierrez in the irons. And number 8, Price is Truth, with Andre Worry. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 8. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. Even money on number 1, Rockin' Money. 5 to 2, number 8, Price is Truth. 3 to 1, number 2, Cadillac Joe. Ray Sully going up. Henry's Hope, Devil of Ramadi, and Price is Truth. They're all on the gates. And they're off. Montauk Memoirs, Henry's Hope, as well as Devil of Ramadi going for the lead. Price is Truth on the outside, and here's Cadillac Joe at the fence. It's Henry's Hope with a slender lead. Cadillac Joe along the inside on even terms. And those two clear by a couple lengths over. Price is Truth the Gray in 3rd. Montauk Memoirs 4th. Devil of Ramadi 5th. Rockin' Money's off the pace today in 6th. 7.5 lengths off the lead. Rasuli second last. And a space of 8 lengths to All of a Suddenly, who trails the field. First quarter mile in a hotly contested 22 seconds. Cadillac Joe and Henry's Hope going at it on the front end. Price is Truth will get first run at the dueling leaders in 3rd. And then in 4th, that is Rockin' Money's passing Montauk Memoirs. Rasuli red blinkers on the extreme outside in 6th as they turn into the stretch. Cadillac Joe wins the war with Henry's Hope. It's Price is Truth the Gray, who's now up into 2nd as Cadillac Joe shifting ground. Price is Truth is on the outside, and then it's Montauk Memoirs, Rockin' Money on the stand side in 4th. 16th to go. Price is Truth getting to the front end. Cadillac Joe back in 2nd. Price is Truth. Give Worry 4 wins in the card. Cadillac Joe 2nd. Close for 3rd. Montauk Memoirs or Rockin' Money. 8-2 and a photo for third. Number 8, Price is Truth first. Eight two five one in race 8 from Finger Lakes. Back to the winner's circle. Number 8, Price is Truth. New York bred, 4-year-old Grey Gelding by Union Rags out of Love Train. Jay Oringer, the owner. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Stonewall Farm bred, Price is Truth. 2 wins in the card for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. 4 wins for Andre Worry. $6.36, the winning $2 Win Mutual. Double $15.10, exacta $27.96, trifecta $47.80, dime super $19.68. Ninth and final from Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 5:06 p.m.
All right, coming up on the last race of this Tuesday card. Still got another race card to go this week. Wednesday, we will have a 1:15 first post tomorrow. So check us out. Tomorrow, me and Jackie are going to be on it a little bit later, 12:10, 12:15-ish. We'll be on to go over the card. Go on our website and then click on to go on the YouTube live video and watch the morning show. Will give you all the information of the race day and make some picks. Look at the 8th race. Yeah, the track's been pretty quick. Price's Truth was in range and was able to get the jump on Rockin' Money and others, who was just a little too far back with Cadillac Joe putting away Henry's Hope. But Price's Truth in the perfect position. Another win from Andre Worry, having a big, look, that's 4 wins on the card for Andre Worry. Another big day for our leading rider. All right, let's look at the last. Never Won 2, 5,000 claimer going 5.5. And you know, you look at Hypnotic Flare. You got a couple drop downs in here. One of them, Hypnotic Flare. Horse that's just not quite getting there against allowance horses, but often hitting the board. And she's going to be in good position here as long as she doesn't find herself too far back on this track that's been a little quick where you need to be close. And I don't see her doing that. I think she's got enough natural speed, especially against 5,000 claimers, that she should lay close. She only got the one win. It was here at Finger Lakes, and it was on and off track. But fast track now, as long as she's in range, the speed should come from Cue the Music, and Honey in the Bank would be the other one that's got early speed. But I think the way the track's playing, it might be an advantage for a horse like Cue the Music, who gets Oscar Gomez today. She dropped to 5,000 last time, put the blinkers back on, cutting back in distance. She led all the way and then stopped late, got a little bit tired. But she was off a little bit of a break. Maybe she'll be sharper for this race. The track should carry her. It all depends on how quick Cue the Music has to go, or if Honey in the Bank would be the other speed, decides to get out with her. But the way the track's playing, it would be an advantage for Cue the Music, who's at odds of 5-1. And I guess it's a question of, is she good enough? The 8 horse is Change Order. She's kind of against it, but she might be able to get a pace. So you can close if the speed does get out there a little quick or is just not good enough. Change Order, though, is she made a run, and then our First Lady was able to get by her late. Problem is she's not going in races that are the fastest times. Chitadori was a drop down. The horse that was going good had won 2 in a row with that victory. She dropped and popped for a 5,000 maiden. So that race was a little bit better than her previous 2, and she seems to be consistent with her late runs. But again, she's against the track unless they really come back to her. The 4 horse is Pesadilla Chanel, and she can lay close too. She's another one that was 5 lengths out of it last time. It was a really weak field, similar to this one, and she had a troubled trip, but technically she didn't fire the way you would expect her to fire, dropping to 5,000 after the 11. So if you can forgive the last effort for Pesadilla Chanel, you can play her today. I mean, she certainly doesn't deserve 17-1 that she's on the board. Keep in mind, same horses last time. She was 3-5. Today she's 17-1. So, yeah, I mean, she's definitely a usable horse against these horses. So that's some of the contenders for the final race on this Tuesday card. We'll continue live racing, of course, tomorrow with that 1:15 first post.
On the track, ninth race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Artemis Girl, Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 2, Honey in the Bank, John Barrios. Number 3, Hypnotic Flare, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Pesadilla Chanel, Juan Negron, the riding assignment. Number 5 is Sugar Ride and Hem and Harkey. We'll skip over to the 7, Cue the Music, Oscar Gomez. Number 8, Change Order, Caber Koa. Number 9, Stella Brown, GM Rohina. And already on the turn, number 6, Chick Azteca, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 Fillies and Mares to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 3, Hypnotic Flare. Cue the music. Change order in Stella Brown. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Hypnotic Flare setting out for the lead. Honey in the Banks up the inside second. Stella Brown and Cue the Music outside third and fourth. Then in fifth, that's Sugar Ride. Change order is in sixth. Seventh place, Chick Azteca. About 8 lengths off the lead to the outside of Pesadilla Chanel. And then 5 lengths to Artemis Girl, who brings up the rear. It's Hypnotic Flare who leads this group into the turn. Has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Cue the Music. Stalking on the outside in second. Honey in the Bank nudged to punt for more speed in third. Stella Brown stuck out wide in fourth. Sugar Ride races fifth and 4 lengths to Pesadilla Chanel. Change orders in third. Last 5 lengths to Artemis Girl, finally out of last. Chick Azteca trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Hypnotic Flare nearest the inside has that lead. Cue the Music, Orange Silks outside in second. And then in third, that is Sugar Ride, Honey in the Bank in fourth as they run to the 16th pole. Hypnotic Flare shrugs off Cue the Music in mid-stretch, and it's Hypnotic Flare who has the lead by 3. Sugar Ride into second. Hypnotic Flare, your winner. Sugar Ride second, then it was Honey in the Bank and Cue the Music. 3527, Hypnotic Flare. Your unofficial winner. Hypnotic Flare back to the winner's circle. New York bred 4-year-old bay filly by Good Magic out of Bella's Flare, Clear Star Stables, Mitri Box Stable, and Big Toes Stables. The ownership, Jonathan Buckley, the trainer, Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey, McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, Jamie Gibson, and Windswept Street. Bred Hypnotic Flare. $3.86 the winning mutual, double $17.94, exact the $21.40, try $33.21, super $31.77, pick 3 $10.71, pick 4 $19.03, pick 5 5 of 5, $59.35. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday, first post at 1:15 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.